Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I might be crazy. I might be certifiable. I might be streaming to an audience of fans of getting things repaired, even if it's crazy. So, let's see here. Who do we have in the chat? We have Thomas Armstrong. Either works for me, Thomas, Eep, or PC Beep, although I kind of prefer Eep. Jack68K, I hope we don't get... Well, actually, post beeps would be a sign that I have life. We have Kibbles the Rexonium, yay! Proto Jedi, Retrotech Chris, who comes to us from VCF Southwest. 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Not first in the chat, but first to say first, so you get credit. Eric's Edge, Brian Chauvin. I'm sure I'm going to butcher names, so I do apologize. And of course, we have myself, because I'm crazy. But first, let's see here. Channel announcements. All right. I admit, let's see. Can you? No, you can't quite see them. I guess I hid them behind the hole there for security, but I think I have an addiction to compact LTE laptops because there's two sitting there. You can't really see them, but they're there. So, stay tuned. I'm sure we'll have some fun with those. And I blame Retrotech Chris. But, just, it's a good blame, Chris. Good blame. Let's just say that one of those compact LTEs was packaged improperly, but it's a compact LTE, so of course it survived shipping. Those things are built like tanks. So much so, in fact, that you pick the box up on your porch and you think, yay, they sent me extra stuff. And then you open the box, you pull the laptop out of the box, then you realize, yeah, these things weigh a ton. I did that to myself again today. Hey, we've got the big bad biologist here. Welcome. Brian, I didn't take French, so yes. And Sorcerer Stan. Yes, welcome. All right. Oh, yes. I also bought some other things that will hopefully be coming up soon. I bought a sound card. It's actually an ESS audio drive. These are supposedly good. This one's got the 1869 on it, so I'm sure this will appear in a build at some point. Retrotech Chris is roughing it in Dallas, so I take it that means you probably are someplace that has hot water this time. But yeah, I hope the place you're staying at has hot water this time around. But yes. Well, Chris, you've told me your theory on rooms for when you're going to be at the event all day. It's like it's a bed. How fancy do you need it to be? It was a bonus that the place I stayed at, I think the one you did too, had the little refrigerator. That was actually a nice bonus, but yeah, it was a bed. It was a place to sleep. Then you were at VCF East all day. Who needs more than that when you're going to be at VCF all day? Oh, it's a nice hotel. Yeah, I figured. Yes. So, yeah, yep. Chris is saying exactly. Yep. That's the theory when you're going somewhere like that. You're going to be at the event all day. Your room is just basically a bed. You're otherwise out with friends and at the event and whatnot. So, yep. Yeah. I-8386SX saying if it's Dallas, Coldwater's the harder thing to come by. Yep, good one. Good one. So, yes. Anyways, let's see. Were there any other announcements other than I bought a sound card? 2 more compact LTE laptops of, I'm not going to admit what kind they are yet. I did get one of those KSGER solder stations and actually have it plugged in tonight. Well, I'll have to find Dune 1 bit. Ew. Oh, yeah. Oh, John's saying the first place I stayed in Wall had bugs. I spent more on the second trip. Yeah. Oh, I've forgotten where I stayed. It's the, Chris will probably remind me. It's the one in Point Pleasant. I forget the name of it right offhand. It actually was, for what it was actually a decent place to stay. So, I mean, it was a bed. Yeah, Ryan's not here. How many Trident? Actually, I've bought 0 Trident cards. I do have my eye on a motherboard, so coffee tips are probably going to go towards that. Hey, Adam, welcome. So, all right, 1 bit. I will, I will take you up on that offer. I haven't bought any Trident video cards. I've felt burned over them because a lot of them don't work. However, there was one motherboard I saw on a particular auction site, which I usually regret buying things from, and I did have to say, though, the motherboard came with a video card, and you got a choice, and one of them was a Trident card. It might be a tough choice that I might have to make if I do go for that one, but the Cirrus Logic one might win out. Sorry, Ryan. Dune 1 needs expanded memory. Ooh. Oh, well, that's no problem. Yeah, that's what EMM 386 is for. But yeah, let's see here. Yep. Coffee tips are probably going to go towards a motherboard I have my eye on. Oh, yeah, the one other thing. I did get that PC Chips motherboard to boot. Why did I went to table cam. Yeah, I got the PC Chips motherboard to boot once. So I think I did determine the flash chip that was in that motherboard was blank. How it was blank, I don't know. I also figured out what kind of chip I thought it needed. Well, I think I figured out it needs a 39EE010 flash chip. I had some 39 SF010s on hand that I realized that I'd forgotten that I'd bought some, but I had bought them for the low-tech XT IDE card because I thought the flash chip that I had on mine went bad. Turns out it was a different problem. So I was able to use one of those flash chips, write it. The computer posted. I was able to go into setup, rebooted it, let it continue the boot from that point, and it corrupted the flash when it tried to write the DMI data to flash. And that's why I think I need the EE version of the chip, because there is actually a difference in how the 2 chips write. And I think when the BIOS went to go write the DMI data and issued the command thinking it's an EE type, it erased a 4K page of flash memory instead of, because I think on the EE version you can do a byte write and the chip will manage what it needs to do behind the scenes. But on the SF version, I think you have to erase a 4K page. So it doesn't manage the erasing behind the scene, but the EE does, I believe. So anyways, I did get it to post once. Therefore, I believe the motherboard is salvageable, and I ordered an EE chip from China because those aren't made anymore. So, might actually be able to save that motherboard as cheap as it actually was back in the day. So, can't run on too fast a computer, nothing above 100 megahertz. All right, well, I think I can handle those Dune requirements. So Adam has filled an Apple II memory card with leftover MT RAM chips that tested good. He's going to run stuff on a loop and see how long it takes to fail. So it has 32 chips on it. Well, I give it a month tops before one fails. Yes, that Retrotech Chris reminded me. It was the Atlantic. That's where I stayed, but it was the one in Point Pleasant. So you go over the bridge. Oh, Chris was driving. No worries, Chris. If you're driving, then yeah, definitely focus on driving that lovely German car that you're renting. So yeah, Chris sent me a picture of his rental. It looks like a nice rental. And then Chris reminded me that he would rent it, but not buy it. Yes, I can't blame him for renting it though. Yes, that car is definitely a nice car to rent, so that you don't have to do the maintenance later, because it will require maintenance later at some point. Let the rental company take care of that. Hey, Sloopy, welcome. Yep. Oh, and Chris, say hi to everyone at VCF Southwest for me. Maybe next year. Anyways, I think it's time to take a look at this motherboard. So this is the... Hey, that's actually not a bad idea, Adam. Live stream the memory test in 8-hour chunks. Hey, then at the moment it fails, you'll know how long it ran for. So, yeah, you'll get some watch hours out of it too. All right, so what is this motherboard? This is a DTK. Let me see if I can. PKM-0038S E-2A motherboard. It came in a DTK computer I bought off eBay for the case. I could tell that it had water damage and battery damage. Well, I could tell it had water damage from the auction listing, and I highly suspected the battery was still there because it was being sold by one of the, I presume, scrappers on eBay. It's the seller Biff Howard Tannen. They list a lot of retro stuff, so I suspect they get somehow they get a hold of that stuff and resell it. But anyways, I could tell from the photos it had water damage, and I suspected it had battery damage too, and I think I was right. So normally I wouldn't bother with a motherboard like this, but they're not making Visa Local Bus motherboards anymore. And I think it's a decent chipset that's behind it. That's the SIS 85C 471. I think it's one of the later Visa Local Bus 46 chipsets. I believe it supports write back cache. Although I'll believe that when I see it. Where is the damage? So, all right. Some of this is going to be hard to see. I will try to zoom into it. But, yeah, VCF Southwest is in Richardson, Texas. So, for anyone that heard me mention it. And, oh yeah, Brian misses his old 486DX2. Oh, nice. Overclock 66 to 80. Adam's in Austin right now. So, anyways, where's the damage? Okay, so here's where the battery was. I removed it for reasons because I wanted to see if I thought I could repair it, and because I wanted to stop any further corrosion. Oh yeah, Brian's saying pressure wash it and air compressor dry it. Well, I have actually already ultrasonically cleaned and dried it. However, there is damage on the board, so I will have to I am going to have to actually work on the board. If you for anyone that sees the blue marks on the board, that's where I've actually noted to myself that there's a broken trace. So, the battery was here. The keyboard connector I removed to look under it. Interestingly enough, I don't think there was any damage under the keyboard connector. However, there were SIMMs in the SIMM sockets. This is going to be incredibly hard to see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to zoom in far enough. Actually, okay, it's kind of hard to tell, but if you take a look carefully at the pins, if you notice some of them look shiny, those are the pins that actually I think would still make contact with the SIMM, but the pins in this area of the board were all super heavily corroded to the SIMMs, and when I removed the SIMMs, I mean, there were pads just coming off the SIMMs. I actually threw them out because they were beyond hope. I should have probably kept them, but at that point, I was just trying to quickly. I was trying to get a quick yes or no on this board because of how bad it looked. So I didn't even think to keep the SIMMs. But anyways, the SIMMs were beyond salvageable. I don't even if they were 128 megabyte SIMMs, which I don't think they were beyond salvageable. So, oh, thanks, Michael. So these SIMM sockets are going to have to come off of here, and quite honestly, because I also need to check under them because there was corrosion on the SIMMs. There could be damage under these SIMM sockets. Also, I removed the keyboard controller and the BIOS to kind of inspect under them, and you might can tell that something's up with the keyboard BIOS socket. Well, half the pins are gone. They actually came out with the keyboard controller. So that socket's got to come out. I got to replace it anyway. I got to replace it, but I got to inspect under it because there was corrosion around this area of the board. Also, this SIMM socket is green here, and I think there was a card in it, and when I removed the card, it's actually broken. Maybe not enough to affect it, but I'm going to replace the socket because it's green. And then this socket also has some corrosion. So I'm going to so basically what I'm going to do to inspect the board to see if I think I can fix it. And it's not guaranteed. Actually, I have already taken vinegar to this board and the ultrasonic cleaner and dried it. I forgot the vinegar part. I actually soaked the entire board in vinegar and then immediately rinsed it and then immediately ultrasonically cleaned it. Or, well, I didn't, okay, it wasn't the entire board, but it was everywhere that was green. I think I tried to, I tried to not get any in the CPU socket because it wasn't green in this area of the board. I think I did let it get this edge of the board, or this side of the board, because I think it looked like there could have been corrosion. And the bottom side of the board, or I guess the back side. So yeah, I've already done the neutralizing, but the thing is, there are broken traces. So, yeah, the environmentally friendly socket. And I think these traces were broken before I started doing things. I don't think what I did created the trace breaks. But anyways, I think I figured out, and these may not be all of them, but I think the tick marks here. I think this via, these two vias, I don't think they're conducting anymore. I think these two vias are also that there's components in them. I don't think they're conducting. And I think these three vias are suspect. And I think this via is suspect, and I think these two vias are suspect. And it does kind of scare me that the vias are bad. And of course, that's before I start removing components. Also, and some of these may be related to the vias, but I believe this trace here has a break in it. I think my mark here is on this trace, which is one of the battery voltage traces. Okay, I think this is the via that's probably marked on the underside. I think there's also a break somewhere in here. Okay, this is another one of the vias. I think it's probably marked on the underside too, but I think that via is, I mean, I can look at the via. It looks bad. I think this trace here is broken. And I think that one, that's going to one of the keyboard. I think that's one of the traces that usually goes bad when batteries fail, because it's going to the keyboard. Have I tried to power this board up? No. I think there's enough broken on it. I highly doubt, well, I don't think it's going to post, and I broke the socket. I mean, I could be convinced to try to power it up if it's not shorted. I mean, I would be curious to know, is the board shorted? All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Brian's saying pressure washing is safe as long as it's not a ridiculously high pressure. Yep, I can see that. Oh. Oh, fun. Actually, I think the power connector might need to be replaced on this board. Oh. No. It might also be because I didn't I failed to put the multimeter in the correct setting. Okay, so no short there. No short there. No short there. No short there. Okay, those are both common. 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 Okay, so the commons are connected together. No short there. No short there. No short there. And no short there. So actually, I would. Well, one bit, I do know it needs repaired. There are broken traces. Because the thing is, I did confirm there are broken traces. I also can say with near certainty that there's none of the SIMM slots are going to work because half the pins are not sticking out far enough. Yeah, John's saying sometimes powering it up helps find the shorts. Adam's saying the water pressure in his hotel is so high that the water coming from the tub faucet closes the drain. Okay, that's that's kind of both funny and sad at the same time because it's like, okay, that's kind of a lot of water pressure. Let me. Okay, I am curious. So I have removed the BIOS chip. That is what the label looked like. I believe, yeah, I believe the sticker normally has a foil backing on it because this is one of those award BIOS stickers, and I think the foil backing is still present right here on the sticker. I do not know how the foil backing is gone on the sticker. Yet I don't think anyone like put the sticker back, and it was like this before I cleaned it. So my cleaning did not remove the foil backing. Now, the one thing I do want to do is I am going to see if this chip appears to be a um appears to have data on it, because if it doesn't, I might be in trouble. Let me see. That is a Texas Instruments. According to the silk screen on the board, that should be a 27C010. that can't be a 27C010 because it has too few pins. So, unfortunately, hi, Joe. Riddle me this, Joe. I don't know if you've ever seen something like this. Have you ever seen the foil backing disappear on one of these award BIOS labels? I mean, the sticker has not been touched, as far as I can tell, yet the foil backing is gone, except for the part that's covering the window. Hold on. I want to, I do want to have one. I'm actually tempted to YOLO boot it. I do know that, Coffee Tip would encourage me to YOLO boot it. Not to, hold the stream hostage for a Coffee Tip. Oh, that's a 27C512. I have no idea why the board silkscreen says 27010 because it doesn't have enough pins on the socket. All right. All right, so let's see here. This is a Texas Instruments 27C512 and a dip 28. I'm pretty sure that's it. So I'm going to read it. And the ID check failed, so I'm going to read it again. And wah 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 wah. Oh, you can't see that. You probably still can't see that. There. Yeah, that's what I just read out of that chip. FF, F7, 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 FF, D7, F7, D7, DF, D7, DF, D7, DF. Needless to say, I believe that chip is no good. All right, so if I am going to YOLO boot this thing, I'm going to need to go find a BIOS image. I do believe I have a chip I can program. Motherboards. Let's see. This was a, yeah. Yeah, that BIOS, actually, I'm kind of wondering if someone powered that BIOS up, powered this computer up while the chip still had, okay, now I got to figure out which one of these, it's showing me 4 boards, and I have to figure out which one of these is the correct one. Okay, that doesn't look like it. Actually, I'm not sure that one's correct. The thing is, this board says E2A on it. So let me see if any of these photos. That one says version 2.2, but that's the. Oh, here we go. Yep, it must be this one here. Downloads. Here we go. Looks like I have a choice. All right, I guess I will go for the latest version of the BIOS. And all right. So it does look like, right. Okay, that's definitely good. That's what it should have looked like. Would like to see if maybe there's a, was kind of wanting to see if maybe it said DTK. All right, can I search this? Call me silly, but oh, okay, can't find DTK on that. Well, maybe here we go. All right, well, maybe I'll use this BIOS instead. Because if I do fix this board, I'm going to put it back in the DTK case. So there we go. Copyright award, software, all rights reserved. And usually near the end of it's where the manufacturer string is. Maybe. You can't read that. Oh, here we go. Word Software Inc. Award. Whatever. Okay. All right. I guess I'll go with this one. I will probably add this EEPROM to my. Well, I'm going to have to clean the legs of it. I will try to erase it because I'm curious if the EEPROM's still good, but I suspect it probably got flooded and it could even be corroded inside. All right. I do believe I have some 512 here. There we go. Yes, luckily I erased a bunch of chips. Whoops. All right, I am going to need to change. This is an ST M27C512. Select. Open. Device program. Whoopsie. All right. That chip was not blank. Okay. Here we go. I have another. I just need to bend one of the legs back. I will be back to where I can see the chat momentarily. I've got a window obstructing it. When Biff Fever Dream says there's a one quadrillionth. I don't know what number that is. It's at least a trillionth. If I'm gonna call it a quadrillionth chance that your corrupted BIOS is actually a 1-to-1 creation of Crisis. A lot of launch of boot. Yeah. Yeah, Adam McGee. Remember when they said don't unplug during BIOS update? Well, maybe this one got. Well, it's an EEPROM, not an EEPROM. Otherwise, I was going to joke that, well, maybe the computer got flooded while they were doing a BIOS update. Because if a bunch of water came into my office all at once, well, I'm not going to bother shutting the computer off before I get out of the building as fast as possible. So I wouldn't blame them either. Um, oh, okay. The PCs that can update their BIOS in system are actually going to be using an EEPROM, an electrically erasable one. Those systems could actually be able to erase and reprogram the chip in system. This system, though, needs an EEPROM, which requires UV to erase. So, in fact, these are actually EEPROMs. In fact, this EEPROM that I was able to program has quite the gnarly bent leg on it, but I think I can get it in the socket. Oh, actually, that's cool. If I would put a 32-pin 32-pin socket in this board, I could actually use the 010 chip. All right. Okay, so I have programmed the BIOS. I have put it in. Honestly, I am not worried about it getting erased for the short amount of time that it's going to be in the board before I remove it again, because I'm probably going to remove that socket. Let's see here. I'm going to get my trusty power supply that I got from Trina. Because it survived abuse while I was working on the 2CI logic board that... Oh yeah, if anyone was wondering, the 2CI logic board, I think I've determined it's definitely a parts board. So I think the VLSI chip that is beside the oscillator is toast. Okay, let's see here. Let me put a postcard in this motherboard. Let me connect a speaker. All right. Place your bets in the chat. Yeah, I think the string relates to the manufacturer. Also, this motherboard, I think there I don't know. I think there's another manufacturer of this board. So this that other manufacturer may have private labeled it for DTK, or DTK made a private labeled version for them. But there are actually two manufacturers of this board if you go to the retro web. So, yep. All right. Maybe connect the CPU. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I should put a CPU in it. And what better CPU to put in it than, if I can find it, the original CPU. Because if I burn it up, totally fine. Also, the original CPU was a DX250, so no big loss. I'd rather put a DX266 in it. Anyways, there's the original CPU I'm going to put back in it, complete with the DTK sticker on it. I do know this CPU works. I tested it. It was one of the CPUs I tested Tuesday. So if you missed that live stream, you can catch the rerun. I need the view hours. All right, so I have a CPU. I'm not going to bother to put RAM in it for the first power up. I will put the CPU in, not the RAM. Because I kind of would like to get beeped. So anyways, 3, 2, 1. and it is not executing code. The postcard is showing dash dash. There is no activity. What a shocker. And actually, the board is staying in reset. Yes, the board is staying in reset. Quadra PSU fixed yet? Brian, when I put this 50 megahertz CPU into another, it's marked I-50, and the systems was set for a 33 megahertz bus speed, and it told me the internal clock was 66 megahertz. So, yeah, I think there was a DX250. Because this, I don't think it's a DX50. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Adam, for some recycling bag money. All right. All right. Let me see if I see any obvious signs of why this board would still be. Well, actually, I see lots of reasons why it might not be coming out of reset. It could be. I mean, it could be that one of these broken traces is. Well, okay, let me try another socket just in case. I'll try this socket here. Yes, yeah, I think this board is not showing any signs of life. It is possible one of the traces that I know is broken is the culprit. It could be that it needs RAM, and I guess I could. Okay, let me see if I've got any 72 pin SIMMs that I can risk. Okay, here we go. I think this one's a Okay, this is just a random 72 pin SIMM for my bench, but I think it's one that I don't have a matching pair for. Ooh, well, that's weird. Oh, there we go. Ew, that sounded really crunchy. Nope, that didn't help. Anything generating any heat. Well, using my patent pending touch probe technology called I sure hope nothing's burning hot because I will, I will burn my fingers. Um, is anything getting warm? I mean, I could even, I guess I could see if I've got any clocks or anything, but the CPU might be. Okay, the CPU did feel like it's getting a little warm. I'm just double checking alignment. Okay, so there's the line. There's the notched corner. There's the corner. Did have the CPU line. All right, let me do something wild and crazy here. Assuming I can find the wild and crazy. Well, at least this board, I don't think I have to add it to my I Killed the Board collection. It looks like it's pretty much thoroughly dead itself. This is just some contact cleaner. A lot of contact cleaner. Yeah. Yes, Lewis would say use some isopropyl alcohol, and then I would counter with, yeah, and I just managed to knock over the container I poured into. Okay, so I have cleaned contacts. Okay, that was not it. I mean, there is a chance this isn't the correct BIOS for this board. Okay, this may not be the correct BIOS for the board. One of the broken traces could be critical to booting. The chipset could be dead. Although contact cleaner does evaporate pretty quickly on its own. Okay, I guess that one. Yeah, everything could be dead. That is true. All right, let me do one thing, and then I'm going to go to probably just removing things. Let me see if I see any voltages. Well, that voltage regulator's not well. This isn't a dual voltage CPU, so that's probably not a good thing to test. Oh, is that a common? I don't remember the pin out of the. Okay, so it looks like I got 5 volts on the ROM chip. That's probably good. The postcard is telling me that I've got 12 and negative 12, so that's good. What happens if I squirt mustard all over it? Oh, good night, John. All right. I think the the executive summary is it's dead gem. Because I think we're getting voltages. Doesn't look like we're executing code. I mean, could that be the wrong BIOS? Sure. But, I mean, it should be a 486 BIOS, so I would think it would at least maybe start to do something. Because I did look at the BIOS string, and it did seem to indicate it was an SIS chipset BIOS image, so I think the best course of action is to yeah, Michael, usually SIMM 1 bank like bank 0 or bank whatever the lowest number bank is usually the one that you need to put it in. Most most computers expect, especially this era, they really do expect you to start with bank 0. So that's why I didn't try. Well, one reason I didn't try any of the other banks is because most boards of this era don't like you starting memory in a higher bank. The other reason is the other 3 SIMM sockets look just as bad, if not worse. So, pick your reason why I actually did it. I think it's time to start removing sockets. Just don't know what order to go in, because I know the SIMM sockets are trashed, and I know the keyboard controller is garbage. I'm not so sure about the. I mean, the ISA slots might actually. Well, they're green, so I was really. Actually, the 8-bit one is like really green. It's hard to tell. Actually, you could probably see it there. See how there's a lot of green in it? Maybe it needs G-Skill RGB LED RAM. Well, if you can build me an adapter to go from DDR4 to not even EDO. Well, actually, I don't know if this board supports EDO. So, I think the approach I'm going to take is as follows. I am first going to try plugging in my solder station. Yeah, Adam's like, board, yeah, sure you want to spend money on RAM sockets. I'm actually not sure at all, Adam, but I did anyways. Let me put it this way. I'm not going to put the RAM sockets on unless I have a good idea that I've repaired it. In fact, I won't install the ISA slots either. I will probably... So I think the order I'm going to do this in, and this is kind of... You can treat this as a repair challenge. I'm going to remove all the sockets that I know need removing. So that's going to be this ISA slot, this dip socket, and these 4 SIMM sockets. I'm just going to remove them because they're either corroded or broken. Is there any onboard RAM? No. Well, there's some cache memory, but no onboard RAM. So I'm going to remove all those sockets. I will, even though the power connector kind of looks bad, because it's corroded. I will leave it on for now because I don't have another power connector really. So I'm going to remove those sockets. Then I'm going to take a look and see how bad the board is. See exactly how many broken traces I find. If I think I can repair them, if it's not too bad, and remember I'm balancing this with my perceived value of this board, then I will repair the broken traces, and I will repair the broken traces, and then I'll put a postcard in one of the other ISA slots, and I will power the board up and see if I get any postcodes. I'm not even going to bother replacing sockets first. I'm gonna see if I get any signs of life. I may put a battery adapter in because some boards don't like it when you don't have a battery. Or I may find a way to plug a battery in, one or the other. But yeah, I'm gonna remove the sockets because I could cause more damage removing them. Fix broken traces if it's worth it. Then I'm gonna try to power it up without reinstalling anything. If the board seems unhappy that I don't have RAM, then I'll reinstall one SIMM socket, but not all four. I'm going to go for the stepping the items are placed up. I'm even going to try to, I'm not even going to replace this dip socket unless I think there's a chance the board's going to work. I am going to leave. No, actually, I think I'm going to have to remove the BIOS socket because I do see something concerning beside it. So, okay, I will have to replace the BIOS socket to test it, but yeah, I'm basically going to do this I'm going to remove everything. Yeah, Joe is moving his websites to Lycos. Yeah, that's Michael says I hear Angel Fire is a good host. Yeah. So anyways, because I'm pretty sure this solder is pretty crusty. I'm going to Oh. All right. So, I think without further ado, this is just the point of the stream where yeah, I'm probably just going to do this one step at a time because the moment this repair goes sideways, I will reevaluate whether it's worth it. Because the thing is, I got to practice on something if I'm to repair more valuable boards. Is this board irreplaceable? No. Will I spend 5 years repairing this board? No. Will I spend more than a live stream repairing it? Not unless I think there's a chance that I can actually save the board. Will my next live stream be this board if there's a chance I can save it? No. Probably not. After all, I did tell you, I've got some new to me LTE laptops I'd like to take a look at, so. scheduled this for the stream because I already had this, so I didn't have either of the LTE laptops when I scheduled streams, so that is why I think I want to add flux because that is how crusty this old solder is. That will complicate me trying to remove it. Because I was going to use Claris next, but well, Claris isn't one of the Hacko ones that it's like really bad to remove when you've got flux on the board, but it still probably isn't that great for it. Uh-oh, Joe's on the hunt for bad plugins. Alright, I can definitely tell you this. If I was not live streaming this, I would not have this board in this orientation. Because there is something on the left side of this board that has a kind of sharp pin on it. I haven't figured out what it is yet, because if I do, I'm going to see if I can't trim the pin down or something. I mean, it's not like super sharp, but I just don't like resting my arm on it. Yes, Web 1.0 was awesome, Adam. So I am trying... Oh, that's why. I didn't add flux. So I am using my new KSGER solder station right now, if you couldn't tell by the handle. I mean, it's getting hot. That's about all I can really say about it. I do have it turned up a little hotter than I normally would. Partly because last stream I was trying to desolder something that was on it and solder something that was on a huge ground plane. Tonight it's just because I was too lazy to turn the thing down. Although then again, maybe I would kind of like to get in and get out and get on with this repair quickly. This is just me adding fresh solder. And I'm going to try to remove the solder. And then if that doesn't work, I'm going to try low melt solder to encourage the pins to remove themselves. All right. Yes, go check out Joe's computer museum website, jcm-1.com. He's launched 20 new products. I think those products are all for your 8-bit various computers. Actually, and the thing is, once I get these SIMM sockets off, I think I will have removed over half the pins that I thought I needed to desolder. Because these 4 SIMM sockets are 288 pins, and then the 2 ISO slots are like 160 some, I think, total. And then those dip sockets are only like another 68. So yeah. Oh, and Joe's giving a presentation at Kansas Fest this year. Don't know right offhand when Kansas Fest is. I know it's July, but um, I do. There is a virtual option, which hopefully Joe's talk will be available virtually. So Joe says Kansas Fest is July 18th through 23rd in person, and July 29th through 30th virtual. Joe, do you know if they're going to record the in-person talks to make them available to virtual participants? Even if not like. Oh, Well, Adam, I think the way the virtual works is I think you can still like watch them later. I don't quite remember how it worked. But I sure thought I don't know, maybe I'm thinking of VCF. All right. Yay, Jeff found the bad plug-in. Yeah. Adam's Adam, we will understand why you can't make it to Kansas Fest. Your current plans are just a bit more important. I think I need to make a soundboard that one of the sounds is Joe saying that his monotonic repeat 288 times. Somehow I'll have to find in his videos enough times where he says numbers in a monotone voice to kludge it together. Although that only probably really works if it's a recorded video, because well, actually, seems like most of these are clearing out fairly well. I may have to take the low melt to a few of these pins, but there we go. Actually, someone needs to buy a ream of printer paper for whatever Mac84 buys. Adam says he has 900 sheets of green bar tractor feed paper. Steve probably has the printer for it. Yeah, Steve's the person that will tell you he doesn't need another printer, and yet at any event where there's printers, there's a picture of him with at least one printer that he's bought. We love you, Steve. He's a printer nerd, yeah. Well, I wish I had some tractor feed paper, because I have several dot matrix printers and no tractor feed paper. Yeah, what was I say? Steve will just buy any printer he doesn't have. Actually, he'll buy printers he does have, too. Well, Joe, I would say that not all WordPress plugins are written that great. You know, the handle of this desoldering gun gets warm after a while. I may have to take a break after the first SIMM socket here. To clean it, and also to kind of let the handle cool down a little bit, because it's just a little bit warm. Also, for anyone wondering what was wrong with Claris, probably nothing. Other than, apparently it was clogged with solder, even though I thought it wasn't removing anything. Actually, I might have put the whole computer in the ultrasonic cleaner. Alright. I guess, let me see here. Another 18 pins to go, I think. And then I'll have this SIMM socket out. I'm going to let the desoldering gun cool down a little bit. Actually, Em, you should get one of those ozone generators like Big Clav had on his channel, I think, yesterday. I'll just say that electronic safety's come a long way. Ew. Well, if a mouse did die in it, I think I know what I would do with it. Throw it away. It's just more, ugh. Well, if I thought a mouse had died in it, I'd open it up outside, that's for sure. Oh, yeah, if it's got an Alps keyboard in it. Yeah, I wouldn't throw that away. I'd open it up outside. Oh, that was the board. That was the board with 16 functional MT RAM chips. Wow. Okay. I'm probably going to have to clean the solder out of this now because I suspect that it's full. It's also very warm to the touch, so I'm going to let it cool off so that I can look at cleaning it. Let me see if I've got this one SIMM socket loose. Well, actually, I had a board. It was actually the board that I posted about on Joe's Discord, and that I put it through the ultrasonic cleaner, and that killed it. Well, I think actually probably what killed it was a mouse, or a mouse family. It's just I probably didn't realize at the time exactly why the board was so dirty. But I suspect the ultrasonic cleaning the parts of the board where the mice had partied. I think that probably was just like as if some other acid had sat on the solder for a while and oxidized it. And I suspect the ultrasonic cleaning was just enough to finish doing it in. It probably was, I suspect it was probably going to stop working probably at some point anyways. Alright, so I'm just trying to get the solder out of some of these vias that didn't quite come out. Most of them, I think, are the ones that were near the end where I think the desolder pump was getting full of solder. I'm going to see if I can't maybe get the SIMM socket out. Trying to gently, there's like just a little bit of solder on any of these pins that are holding the socket in. I'm just trying to gently try to break the bonds of that. I do see a couple of vias that look like there's more than just a little bit of solder in them, so that one I think is on a ground plane. I'll add solder to them, I'll try to remove them. And then these ones here. This one there. And that one there. And that one there. Okay. And since I should follow Trina's lead and just buy computers that work. Yeah, I should. Although in this case, I was just trying to buy a case, and I got a free, well, maybe not so free, repair learning experience attempt. I would also like to say that some people want too much for computers that work. Of course, some people want too much for computers that don't work. And actually, buying a computer that's working isn't a guarantee that it's not going to fail soon thereafter. Well, Adam, what I was going to do is I was going to remove all four of them to inspect for damage under them. Although I could be convinced, depending on what I see under this first one, that maybe that's not necessary. But I was only going to replace the first one so as not to put any more in this board than that for testing. Because the thing is, these SIMM sockets are bad. It's really hard to show you on camera. I might, if I can get this one off the board, then I could probably put it under the microscope and show you what's wrong with them. And I'll do that. It's just kind of hard to, with them on the board, to angle them the right way to give you a good view of what's up with them. But given where the corrosion was on this board, I think the water sat on these SIMM sockets for a prolonged period. Well, all right, looks like I've got this side of the SIMM socket loose. And that side, I think I may have to see if I can very carefully break this here. I think that's acting as a clip. All right, I wonder if I can cut this in half. All right. No. All right. Alright. Still have a few pins that are clogged. So let me see if I can't I'm pretty sure this is full. Also pretty sure I shredded the filter getting that off. Alright. Oh, no, actually. Oh, interestingly enough, that's all the solder that was on it. But it does look like the filter was kind of clogged. Alright, so there's the spring. Grab another filter. I'm gonna have to see if I can get some more filters for these because last time I checked I wanted to just place one order for everything I needed. And it was like one place had one filter in stock and one had the other, and oh, it looks like the rubber gasket is on the one end is deforming. I may have to replace this handle after all. I mean, I was kind of wondering if maybe part of my problem with this gun was the vacuum pressure. Alright, at least it's clean, fresh filter. Random solder blob on my workbench is... Oh, I can... There. Alright, let me go dump my solder bits in the trash. Alright, let me see if I can clear these few vias that are not cleared. Now that I've got a freshly cleaned desolder pump. Hey, Will Jr. 880. That sounds pretty good. Let's see if I can find the cleaning. Oh, interesting. Huh. I might need to replace this tip. The cleaning needle won't go very far. I'm pretty sure this is the correct one for it. Alright, let me see if I can find one of the other ones on my bench. There's that one. Maybe this isn't the tip I thought it was. Stand by. Troubleshooting technical difficulties. Well, it sounds good. All right. All right. There's one of the ones that's holding this in. That one's one. Okay. I got like a few of these solder joints that are giving me trouble. I suspect that's because they're ground pins or something. I'm going to add some flux. I've already added solder. I'm going to see if I can get the wick here to clear them. I need to order some more goot wick, but Amazon's not making it easy to get these days. not the size I want. Pretty much going to have to order a spool from Amazon in Japan to get one. I don't know why I don't really like this SRA no clean flux wick. It's quite possible that it's not really designed for leaded solder. May also just be not a great flux impregnated into it. Yeah, I may. Well, last time I ordered it, I was able to get it from Amazon, USA, but it seems like they're not stocking it in the US, or at least the or at least I'll put it this way: the resellers that have it now on Amazon.com are I'm not sure that it's actually Gootwick. I'm pretty sure if I order from Amazon Japan, it'll be Gootwick because it's Japanese solder wick. Yeah, I may look on eBay. Maybe there's an eBay seller I can trust. Yeah, I ordered my LC475 from a seller in Japan, and it arrived without much outer overpacking. Granted, I already knew it was the plastic was going to be brittle anyways, so I'm not sure that really did much more to the plastic than had already been done by Spindler. Bought a Roland keyboard, and it looked like it was twisted by Thor when you got it. Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe Japanese couriers are gentle with things, but yeah, the moment it made it stateside, it probably stood no chance. Yeah, and maybe someday, Adam, I'll get an Apple II Plus from you. That is one of the computers on my list. Maybe it's silly to want an Apple II Plus when I have an Apple IIe and it can do more, but the Apple II Plus was our first home computer. I probably wouldn't even stop you if you wanted to make sure for once I got a working computer. Or at least maybe an electrically sound one. You might leave me something to do, but at least make sure it's electrically working. Yeah, Adam says, I love my pre-Spindler Quadra 800. It's proof that the 840 AVs, 8100s, and 8500s could have survived. Yeah. Leave them up. Ooh. Look at this. My Q-tip is turning green. Oh, I know why. I was about to say maybe there's still corrosion in these vias. Then I remembered. No, it's because I used a green marker to circle the pins for the SIMM sockets just so I'd remember which ones they were. Because while you would think it might be obvious looking at the back of the board, when you have a sea of pins, especially when you've got the cache, if I got the board mixed up, it's still possible I might have. Adam's telling me to get an Apple III and run it in Apple II mode. It's the worst of both worlds. I mean, it could be eroded solder mask, but it might also be the green marker that I used here. In fact, I could actually probably prove the theory. All right, so if I take a clean Q-tip, dip it in isopropyl, and wipe here where the marker is, it is the same shade of green. It's probably my marker. All right, so I got that SIMM socket out, and I don't think I damaged any traces doing so. But more importantly, I was going to show you why the SIMM sockets are going to have to be replaced. So let me see if I can't, now that I got this out and can rotate it freely. I don't know if this is the best one to show. It is the one, though, that had to be replaced to use it. So actually, if you look, you can actually see the edges of those pins are green. Anyways, I think these pins probably could make contact. I don't know if it'd be the greatest contact. But I think once we get to the other side of the break, maybe this was one of the better ones. Oh, there we go. You see how on some of those pins it looks like there's not really much sticking out where the SIMM socket would connect to? I think, let me see if I can't point to one here. Like that one there. You see how I think that's one of the ones that's damaged. I don't think that one would really make contact. Let me see if I can show you some of the other ones. That's after ultrasonic. That was actually after ultrasonic. Let me see if this... I don't remember which one of these SIMMs was the one that, like, okay, so that one's maybe not too bad. Except kind of right there, you see how these pins are duller? I think these pins were... I think those are pins where the corrosion was. If you notice, they're dull. Only has to connect on one side. Well, I couldn't rule out that there wasn't something wrong with this because just how corroded some of those pins are. Okay, I mean maybe I'll leave the others on the board, although I gotta take care of my awful adding job of adding solder. Now we're 2 hours in and I've only removed one SIMM socket. Although I did confirm the board was dead, so I should give myself credit for that. Okay. All right, I'll clean up my mess of adding solder to try to remove those later. Someone remind me if I get the idea of trying to power this up. Okay, I do know that I have to remove the 40-pin dip socket for the... Well, do I have to... Yeah, I gotta remove it because I don't... Because some of these broken traces are in that area, so... well, the progress is I got one SIMM socket out. It took quite a while because of various challenges. I'm going to remove the dip sockets now, if I can identify which pins they are. Oh yeah, I know there's solder bridges. I tried to add solder to remove them. There's plenty of solder bridges. I'll take care of them later. It was pointed out to me that the SIMM sockets only have to make contact on one side, so... Well, I guess... Unfortunately, that's how bad the solder is, trying to add solder. Actually, I am kind of curious about something. Alright, let me try... I'm going to try a new approach for this dip socket. Alright, so that's the keyboard dip socket. I guess I'll leave the BIOS socket alone at the immediate moment. I'm going to see if maybe... Yeah, I'm still removing sockets. I added solder to all of the SIMM sockets, and then it took so long to get the first one out that I had to actually take a break to let my desoldering pump cool down. The handle was just really warm. Okay, so this is actually low melt solder. I'm just going to try to go directly to it for this socket and see if it's any better. Now this will kind of solder bridge. So this is normally sold as like surface mount removal. like low melt solder for removing surface mount chips, but I've had some luck removing through hole stuff with it too. Because it'll, and I don't mind trying it here for this dip socket because it's not an area of the board that would get warm if I don't like get all of it out. I'm not worried that the dip socket could desolder itself under normal use. Although I doubt any part of a 486 board would get hot enough to really worry about if low melt solder remained behind, but I flexed the board. I'm just trying to get the solder to flow into the vias, and then I'm getting it into vias around here. The other thing is the components beside this are at least on this side is the ISO slot that is green, and I will eventually remove it. So if I get low melt into those vias, I'm not too worried. This side I'm trying not to get it into the adjoining sockets because those are components I don't really want to remove. Okay. Now I need to clean up my mess. Hey, Sloopy. I don't have a heat plate, Adam, because that would have been ideal. If I had a heat plate, the ideal solution would have been to preheat the board, which would also help with desoldering because the board would be warm. And yeah, to heat it locally enough to just pluck the sockets out. But I don't have a heat plate. That I need to get an outlet put in the basement to be able to use a heat plate because those draw a pretty good amount of current. Yeah, I think I've got a heat plate. I mean, it's on my list of things I'd like to get. But it's just, but yeah, if I had a heat plate, then that would be the most ideal. So, yeah, I mean, even if I go out and buy a heat plate, that I have to have an electrician put in an outlet too. Actually, Sloopy, you might know this. Is it Retro Innovations? Do they have Easy Flashes in stock yet? Because it seems like last time I went to that site, it still said pre-order expecting them in May. Or is that not the site you're affiliated with? There's too many retro sites for me to keep up with them all. Oh, I was asking if the Retro Innovations are. Do they have Easy Flashes in stock? Because the website seems to. I think last time I checked, like within the past week, it said pre-order for arrival in May, and we're in June now. Because I've got a C64 to work on, but one of the things I need before I can work on it is an Easy Flash. Because the problem that's been reported with the C64 that I have, that I bought, I got a good price on it, is that it doesn't work with the Easy Flash. So kind of hard to test if that is correct without an Easy Flash. Ah, you are working on them. Okay, cool. Well, don't be surprised if you see an Easy Flash order show up from me. YouTube keeps telling me my viewers also watch C64 content, but like I got a short list of things I need to get so I can work on the C64, and the Easy Flash cartridge is one of them. I also need to get some Arduino header pins, but every time I go to buy those from Amazon, I get flummoxed when I go look at all the different varieties, and I'm like, I just want long ones that are longer than the boards I need to build, so that I don't have to like try to keep a bunch of smaller, shorter ones in place while I solder them to the PLA replacement boards I need to build. Also, I need to see if I can't get a like adapter printed that'll let me solder the pins easier. Actually, I need to get a Blue Scuzzy V2 soldering jig. I'm hoping that maybe if I ask Joe really nicely, he might be able to hook me up with one. Or might be able to point out that, it's on the GitHub for Blue Scuzzy if you just go look. Of course, that's totally related to the C64s. Yeah, floppy. Oh. Joe, I was mentioning that if I asked you nice, you might be able to hook me up with a Blue Scuzzy V2 soldering jig. Or either that or point out that it's on the GitHub if you just look silly. Well, you don't necessarily need to make it if the STL file is out on the interwebs for printing it, because I can use the 3D printers at work. No, is there a soldering jig for the Blue Scuzzy V2 desktop boards? Oh, you don't have one. Okay. Okay, maybe that item doesn't exist, because I thought that there might have been a jig for the V1, but I got enough of those to build. I also need to find a soldering jig, kind of like the one you probably use for your keyboard encoders, to hold the Arduino pins at the right height to solder them to your keyboard encoders. Because I've got to build some PLA replacement boards for C64s, and I need to use that same style pin on them. Hey, Jeremy, welcome. Turns out I know more people at VCF Southwest than I thought I did. Just, well, yeah, I wasn't, VCF Southwest wasn't on my list. Yeah, Adam's waving at the VCF Southwest people from Austin. Yeah, we'll, we'll see what the next event I might be able to make is. I think if there's any sign that I would know for sure that this board was not a happy board, it is the fact that the solder is so hard to remove. Oh, Michael, I only have so much flux, so I keep, and the thing is, theoretically, I got low melt solder in those vias, although it may just be a theory. I don't know that it exactly wicked in them well enough. Yeah, Retrotech Chris should be there somewhere. Yeah, just look for the Retrotech Chris and you'll find him. I know Sean was flying in. He posted a picture to social media. He had his own in-flight entertainment, which I believe was a PowerBook 2400. Yeah, I would say, Jeremy, you could look for Chris's family trickster in the parking lot, but he flew in and then rented a car, so. And if you're wondering why I'm calling his minivan the family trickster, then it like to like I guess the doors. Chris could probably tell you for sure, but I think the doors need lubricated, and like Chris was telling me that yeah, it's just at the weirdest times the minivan you'll start to it's got automatic closing and opening doors, so you'll tell it to close the doors and it'll like mostly close and then open back up because it didn't fully close. And it like started doing that just as soon as we got the wall. It actually started doing it so bad Chris actually disabled the mechanism on the one side of the car because it just like was not closing. So yeah, in the VCF East video that is much delayed that I am trying to work on, amongst other things, I have come up with the nickname for the minivan as the Family Trickster. Kind of taking inspiration from the Family Truckster in the uh, uh, National Lampoon's Vacation. Brian says, light the board on fire. Adam's rental has AirPlay, and that's about its only redeeming feature, apparently. Yeah. Chris telling me that he rented a car that is a type of car that he'll only rent. Which I don't blame him. I would only I wouldn't. It's a car I wouldn't mind renting, but yeah, I wouldn't buy one either. So. Oh yeah, I don't see any traces that are that wide. Also, I don't know that I would trust myself to set this board on fire to heat it up. Okay, I think I can say this low melt solder is not really helping things. Seriously, I'm using the KSGER station. I have it set to 450 degrees Celsius. So I am dumping plenty of heat in here. And I am having trouble wicking. I have to probably have the soldering iron. I mean, I usually do not like setting the soldering iron to 850 degrees C when working on boards this old. And yet, I have it sit there, and I wish I had one of those soldering probe temperature testers so I could actually test how accurate the temperature it actually is on this station, because quite honestly, I'm not sure it's actually at 850 degrees C. Although, also, there's this interesting smell coming from the board. It's not fishy, it's not caps, but it's like more of a rusty smell. I mean, I presume maybe it's corrosion. Oh, well, this soldering iron has a temperature selector too. It's set to 450 degrees C. But I'm not totally convinced it actually is 450 degrees C. All I know is it's getting hot. Also, I am so going to take this my little smoke absorber apart and upgrade it with a fan I found in the scrap bin. You're probably thinking, well, why would you upgrade it with a fan from the scrap bin? Well, it's because I think I determined that the fan wasn't scrapped because the fan didn't work. It was scrapped because it's a 120 volt AC fan and we don't use those anymore. I'll grab it here in a moment. I have it sitting on top of my toolbox. I think it's definitely a better fan than whatever's in the smoke absorber. There we go. This is the fan I'm tempted to upgrade my smoke absorber with. This is a die-cast metal 120 volt AC fan. 0.2 amps. And I have no idea what the airflow is, other than it's a high airflow fan. But yeah. Yeah, I bet if I did send it to you in Austin, the parts would just fall off of it. In fact, I would almost be concerned that it might be so fragile at this point that just shipping it would cause the parts to fall off. But I know. I've got to try repairs on boards like this in order to get confidence to repair boards that actually matter. So, if I ruin this board, it's not a big loss. This board is not actually valuable. In fact, actually, this board is. I think I can say this board is not valuable. There's plenty of Visa Local Bus boards on eBay. Some of which I could buy for what I spent on replacement connectors. However, they're also untested boards, so there's no guarantee they would work. But thing is, I got to repair boards like this so that I can get this confidence I need to actually repair something that actually is worth something. And maybe so that someday I might get enough coffee tips to get a heat plate. Yeah, let's face it. I really could use one. I know I could use one. It's just lower on my list. Because I'd need to get an electrician to put an outlet in. Because they consume like 1,000 to 1,200 watts for a decent sized one. The smaller ones just draw 800 watts on their own, so I don't have an outlet I can plug something like that into here where I stream. That's too much current to be able to have my computer on the same circuit. Plus, well, the computer and a soldering iron, because if I got the heat plate on, I probably need the soldering iron too. So well, Joe, I'm sure there's like some joke somewhere in that, but I don't know. Okay, I'm going to do something I probably should have done. I just was kind of not really wanting to do it for risk of ruining traces, but I should have probably tried cutting this into a couple pieces so I could remove parts of it as oh. Oh, because then I might actually realize that one side of it might actually be almost free. Um, Get this resistor pack out of the way. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I was making progress on this. Alright. See if I can't. There we go. That piece was out. Oh, there we go. That one was free. we go. Now that'll help me focus where I still have solder and vias holding that socket in. Alright. There we go. Alright, let me see if I can't, maybe... There we go. I think there's one of the pins. Oh, there we go. That piece of the socket came out. And that one came out. There we go. I'll clear the vias momentarily. Oop, there we go. I got a... Oh, that pin was loose. Just kind of stuck. Alright. Alright, I think that... There we go. There's that. And... Why? Alright, just asking two very good questions. Why am I removing the socket? Well, I am removing this socket because when I pulled the chip out of it, and the chip that was in the socket was the keyboard controller, the half the pins from the socket came out with the chip. So I broke the socket removing the chip. Now, what chip went in here? The keyboard controller, which is most certainly a required part. Also, there's broken traces around this keyboard encoder, so I was probably going to have to remove this anyways. In fact, Joe, in reality, I think in order to complete this repair, I probably need to remove all 4 SIMM sockets. Quite potentially. I needed to at least remove one, because I got to make sure the first SIMM socket works. I got to remove 2 of the ISA slots, because they're corroded. And there could be damage under them. So, but yeah, this socket broke removing the chip. And if it says anything, here's the chip that was in it. And my camera is going to have a hard time focusing on it, but, well, there's the top of the chip if that says anything. In fact, you can kind of see the side of the chip looks green. There you go. You see the green pins? I haven't cleaned this chip at all. That's the chip that was in it. Yeah, there's a lot of exposed copper on the underside of this board. And that's because I started scraping the solder mask off to see if the splotchy area was broken traces or just solder mask damage. And the thing is, I gotta check all that because but yeah, the thing is, I do know there are broken traces. I know I didn't demonstrate it with a voltmeter for you, but there are broken traces. The thing is, yeah, Brian, that's why I need to remove so many of this, is because there is quite the possibility there's corrosion under some of these sockets. I know that all 4 of the SIMMs had corrosion on them. At the interface where they go into the SIMM socket. So I know there was corrosion there. Therefore, There could be corrosion under the SIMM sockets. So I think at some point I gotta remove all 4 of them, even if it's not like tonight. Well, it probably won't be tonight, because this is taking a long time to remove things from this board. I was kind of afraid that tonight's stream was going to be Justin runs out of time removing things, and at the moment it does appear as if that is correct. This is going to be Justin's going to run out of time removing things. This might also be Justin's going to run out of solder braid removing things. Because that's all the solder braid I have left. So I'm going to have to order more. I will order this SRA solder braid if I have to get some in, but I'm not really a fan of it. It doesn't work near as well as the Goot wick. Or I'm having trouble with my soldering iron, even though this is a brand new station. One of the two. Alright, let me see if I can use this to clear some of these vias. Okay, hopefully I will not desolder the jumper wire here at JPX1. Let me see if I can clear some of these vias more expeditiously. Okay, well that... Well, Sloopy, I'm not saying it's bad. The Goot wick I was using works better for me. So, maybe some of my problems is this last few boards I've worked on are especially challenging boards. So maybe really I'm just fighting with the fact that this is really oxidized solder. Well, that sort of got it. I don't know why technically I don't have to clear all the vias 100% to start looking at this board, but I was hoping to at least... Alright. Well, I got it out. Alright. I guess, let me... I guess so I can at least start to look at, things. Yes, I realized I got rid of my marks, but I think some of these breaks are so obvious that you can probably see them right now on the board. And yes, I'm referring to that one right there. Yeah. Okay, I realized that I've got horrid solder bridges on the SIMM sockets. I'll take care of that later. Because I'll probably spend quite a while. I'm thinking I'm going to have to remove them, so it doesn't really matter if I don't take care of them tonight. Unless I get to the point where I think I can power the board up, but I'm not going to... I probably will end the stream right at about midnight tonight. Hey, Dave. Welcome. Yeah, I wasn't exactly feeling 100% today, so I probably won't stay up super duper late. Okay, let's see if I can't start taking a look at some of these traces, starting with... Oh, I don't know where to begin. I mean, I could start by fixing this obvious broken trace here. I think first step is to maybe see if I can't figure out what's broken. Yes, yes, Adam. I am totally aware that I have $5 for bags to throw this board in. And quite honestly, at the moment, my optimism for the board is fairly low, so... Now, I think ideally I would have bought some of those cool new Dremel tips that all the fancy YouTubers are using these days, but oh, good night, Joe. Yep, everything I want gets added to the list in some priority order, and well, I get the things as I get the things, and I haven't got to fancy rubber Dremel tips yet. I more urgently needed the low melt, the low melt thingadoodles. Oh yeah, that keyboard. Yeah, that's definitely a broken trace there. In fact, I think the one beside it might also have a tiny break too. I'm sure I will pay later for using the fiberglass pen. Yeah, I think there's more than a couple broken traces on the board too. I just don't know how many until I actually look. Let's just say that I have a ballpark number in my head that if the number of broken traces exceeded that number, I would probably go to Food Line, buy the composting trash bags, throw this board in one, and tomorrow's trash day. But I don't know that I'm going to get far enough with this board tonight to see that I have that number. Actually, if I scrap this board, it will just be yet another board that shows up in an electronic scrap bin. So I'll actually properly scrap it. After, of course, removing components I might need to repair another board, which mainly would probably be, I would probably try to remove the Visa local bus connectors and the CPU socket. Because I actually have another board that really could use a new CPU socket and a BIOS update. Unfortunately, the BIOS update's probably not going to happen because unless someone happens to archive one in the future, or someone felt, or some BIOS expert really wanted the challenge of removing what appears to be a CPU ID check on it in the BIOS. I don't know. Maybe I'll post to a forum and. I do know there's a couple forums where there are people who know BIOS code very well and could probably easily confirm if there is a CPU ID check of some sort in the BIOS code. Because I've got two 486 boards that do not work with certain processors, and it seems really weird. And it's almost like they're doing some sort of a CPU check, which I thought was something IBM did in the early 80s, not generic motherboard manufacturers in the mid 90s. But, well, I guess you learn something new every day. Now, this is definitely one of my concern areas of the board because of the solder mask. Ooh. Well, yikes. Okay. I don't know that I can zoom in enough, but this area of the board here, I I think I uncovered at least one broken trace, but I see some things here that are really concerning. And I don't know if it could just be bits from the fiberglass pin. But I'm going to have to look at that under a microscope. Let me put it this way. If these traces are broken as close as they are, then this repair attempt is done for the night, at least. I don't have any wires small enough to fix these. Because these are just as close together as the Acer or the Asus board I tried to fix, and I was not able to fix that board because the wire I had was too big and the trace is too close together. Oh, so it does have a standby timer, which I need to adjust. Night, Eric. Also, after I finish scraping solder mask off, I'm probably going to take this board outside and dust it off outside. And I'm still going to have like a bazillion fiberglass shards on my desk. Yeah, I think I might have to move the rubber Dremel attachments up on my list. I might even move them above solder wick, even though I'm like 10 feet of solder wick away from running out. All right. Okay. Let me try to clean up my mess here. Let's see here. All right, I think I really am just going to take both of these items right outside the door and make the problem go away. I'll be right back. Okay, it is raining outside, so it was not quite as effective as I'd wished, but I did get some of the fiberglass blown off the board downwind. I'm trying to see if I can't maybe reduce the number of little fiberglass bits on my desk. I'm still going to run the risk of getting fiberglass bits in my skin, which will be a good reminder to me to get the little rubber things for my Dremel. But it's all about trade-offs when you have a whole list of stuff you need. Someday I've got some things to list on eBay, so that'll help replenish some of my supplies and maybe get something I could use to make repairs go better. All right. You probably heard I took my vacuum that has a HEPA filter in it and tried to sweep the fiberglass particles off the board. Don't know that that necessarily was ideal, but well, it was better than getting fiberglass bits everywhere. Okay. Uh-oh. There we go. Thought I'd grab my little pluggable microscope. Let's see here. And right off the bat, that doesn't look good, whatever that is. Okay, so that was just a black blob under the, I think, on the solder mask. Yep, I saw copper there too. Fortunately, with this camera, I'm having trouble telling what I'm pointed at. Okay, well, okay, that looks fine. Well, I wish I could have sent you some of our weather. It's been rainy and cold today here. Although we need the rain, so I'm not complaining. And yeah, when I say cold, I mean mid 60s Fahrenheit. So definitely cooler than usual this time of year. Camera on the board. There we go. I really need to try to get this under my other microscope, but no one is abound. Alright. Unfortunately, with that camera, I've got to hold the camera with one hand. And all right, I will try to keep what I'm working on in focus. The problem is because of the way I had to put a camera on this microscope, I very easily lose track of where your all's view is compared to my view. And the thing is, I have to have things pretty far to the top of my view for you all to be able to see it. Moral of the story is buying a cheaper stereo microscope to save money doesn't run, because I'll probably end up getting an AM scope anyways at some point when I get totally tired of how badly the camera works. It's not the camera's fault, it's just the adapter I had to use to get it to work on this lower cost microscope. The camera itself is actually fine. It's a Raspberry Pi high quality camera. It's actually a nice camera. It's the adapter. Well, the other thing is I've 3D printed a mount for my pluggable USB microscope, so I just have to buy the boom arm that the mount's designed to go on. And then that'll fix that problem. The boom arm being yet another thing on my list, which at the moment is below Dremel tips and solder wick. I also can't see the chat from this angle, so be patient. I'll occasionally look over. Maybe someday I'll get the microscope that has the little embedded screen in it so I can get a view of the chat superimposed into the field of view. That'd be pretty cool. So far, so good, but there's plenty of inspecting to do. All that's just solder mask damage. That is. Oh, that's where I burned the fiberglass trying to get one of the sockets out. Nothing to see there. Move along. I think I'm going to need to add solder mask to my list because this board is going to need plenty of it. Or I guess I could maybe pin the traces. I am working down to the part of the board where I actually remove solder mask with the fiberglass pin. It's just I'm trying to methodically search the board, and so far. Oh, you know, I know why I haven't found it yet. I'm actually falling for a trick. I'm going the wrong direction on the in my search. Where is that part of the board? There it is. I thought that was a break while I was using the fiberglass pin, and that might actually. No, actually, that might be fine. I'll probably have to check it with the ohm meter to be sure. That's not good. Alright, there's the lifted trace. I have to remember that's there. Okay. Does look like I lifted the trace removing that socket. I was afraid that would happen because this board is fragile. Oh, also sorry about that. I didn't the focus. If I focus it for me, then I kind of have to focus it for you all and put up with a little bit of blur in my view. So far, I've not found any broken traces on the bottom, but I do know there were a couple of vias that were. That's some crusty solder there. Maybe it's time to flip the board over to the other side because I think that's where the brakes are. I think the bottom was just solder mask. Okay. All right. Oh, cool, Dave. Glad you got the big bad biologist, big bad fuzzy adapter working, or whatever he's calling it. All right, this is a really awkward angle. All right. Oh, there we go. I might be able to. Ooh, look at those. I have copper bits. Oh yeah, that's a break there. Okay, that's a really okay. Some of that I can probably use solder to kind of bridge the thin gaps, but that right there, I'm going to put a wire on that. See, that's one of the keyboard signal lines. Yeah, I'm going to have to run a wire to fix that because it's broken there, there, three, four, five. Broken in 5 places. All right, that via right there. Okay, that's a break right there. So there's second broken trace, and I'm not sure about that via. But that's definitely a break there. Two. I think this is actually broken here. That's the positive battery terminal, and that's broken right there, not surprisingly. Solder. Let's see, I think that one's broken there. This is under the keyboard controller. See what I'm looking at. Oh, and I can't see. What was I looking at? Right there. That might actually be a break. I can't tell. Nope. Actually, it's not a break. Okay. Forgive me if I'm not keeping up with the chat. I have a very sharp knife. So I'm paying more attention to the board. Oh. Well, I guess I can turn my flutter station off. Like this, the looks of this here. It's not broken here, but it goes under that. Okay, that is the one ISO slot I was going to remove. So, all right, definitely looks like I'm going to have to remove that ISO slot. But I might have to remove this third one here just because of corrosion. Although maybe I'll might risk it. That definitely. All right. It. All right. So it kind of looks like, at least in terms of broken traces, I had this one here and that one there, nice big long one, and I was thinking there was, oh yeah, this one here, the positive battery terminal. So I see three. I mean, I see a couple vias that are iffy. But the thing is, are any of these vias ones that I would expect would cause it not to code? So I think if the keyboard signal was broken, we just have no keyboard. So that one battery one is broken, well, we just wouldn't have CMOS. But what is this one? All right, I'm gonna go back to overview or the table view because I want to see if I can follow this trace. Oh, sorry, Adam. I was the volume probably was reduced because of I was looking in the microscope. Sorry about that. Is it better now? I might have to find a way to. I might have to find a different mount point for my microphone. Okay, so this trace. Yeah, sorry, I was. Yeah, I don't mind if you discuss current events in the chat, but if I'm working with sharp and hot tools, I reserve the right to focus on sharp and hot tools. All right, trying to see if I can figure out where this trace goes because if I can find a trace that would explain no posting, then wait a minute, that's not the one I'm. Oh, here it is. All right, so that trace goes under these resistors. Uh-oh. Well, I guess that could be. I can't tell what that trace goes to, but it does kind of look like it might be somewhat important. Oh no. All right. I guess I can see if I repair that broken trace there, and I'd kind of like to see if I can figure out where that trace goes through to the bottom. I'm gonna see if I can put like a. Okay, I think I see where it's going through to. All right, and this might be the point where I have to clean my solder bridges up on the bottom. Alright. Let me see if this wire will actually go through the via, because I think... I think this was one of the vias that I thought was not connecting. Alright. Trying to see... Okay, that via is actually not clear. Alright. Let me see if I can get this via clear so I can pass a wire through it, because... Although every time... Actually, you know, let me see if I can do... Alright, I'm going to see if I can do a slightly more temporary budge. I'm going to see if maybe I can put a solder blob between that point. Because this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can't get these solder bridges cleared. I'm not going to put RAM in them, so RAM in these sockets. I'm not going to put any RAM in because I don't have bank 0 in. But I'm going to see if... Basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I fix that one broken trace that looks like it could be important to the system posting, then I may give it one last power up for the evening, or power up attempt, and see if fixing that causes it to post. Although either way, that's about, I think, the last thing I'm going to do this evening. Just want to make sure I don't short anything. If the board does post, I mean, there still could be broken traces. But at least I'll know that there's the potential of life in the board. And if it doesn't post, then that might mean that, I don't know, maybe on Dave's stream I'll continue my search for broken traces. The thing is, it is entirely possible that there's other problems with this board, so... I mean, I might also take the opportunity at some point before Dave's stream of pulling the manual for this board and maybe jumping it for no cache. Or at least removing the cache modules. And removing anything that can be removed from this board. Well, actually, I think that's about the only thing that's socketed is the CPU and the cache. Although I wouldn't think bad cache would keep it from posting. Shorted cache, maybe, but I didn't see any shorts on the board. Again, this is just mainly to clear any bridges. Okay, so it looks like that's done. All right, now let me see if I can get a solder blob to stick here on this. Right here, I think is... That will melt. All right, let me see. I think I'm about to look at this on the microscope. Oh, there we go. There's that. Oh, no, where's my soldering iron? There it is. Oh, did I actually get a solder blob to stick there? That's a good question. Okay, let's see. No. Nope. Okay. Well, Jeremy, I do not have a blue and white G3 tower. I don't think that's like one of those must-have Macs that. But yeah, I don't. I've got a couple G4s, but no G3 blue and white tower. Yeah, I. Oh, okay. Did I at least clear the via so I can get a wire down it now? Ah, maybe, maybe. I don't know. I can't. Ah, that did it. I think the reason why Clara sounded odd is because of how small the via is. Not, but I think I actually cleared it, so I should be able to get a wire down it now. Four-hour live stream and got to the point where I can try to fix one trace. That's assuming I actually can get this wire down that via. Oh, there it is. I did get the wire through the via. All right. I just now need to find my tweezers so I can pull enough of it through that I can actually maybe solder it to the trace on this side of the board. There we go. Oh, I just realized. It's getting late. I forgot to switch camera views. There we go. Might be hard to see, but there it is. I got the wire through the via. Let me see if I can't. Now, let me see if now that I have a piece of bell wire, let me see if I can. Fix this trace here. So what am I going to do? I'm going to apply flux to the board. Burn the enamel off the wire. Well, that's weird. Why is my soldering iron not melting solder? Well, yes, it's on. There we go. All right. I think I got one side of it fixed. All right. Let me see if I can see the first side. got a text message, which was probably Amazon charging me for a purchase. Anyone else that would be messaging me this late at night? But Amazon sure likes packaging my orders late at night. Probably, or hopefully, part of my subscribe and save order, although I sure thought they'd already charged and shipped all of it. Well, Jeremy, I thought there were more than 2 events coming this year, but I was thinking VCF West was happening, although maybe I'm wrong. I thought I thought someone said that they had secured some space somewhere. Not that I was going to be able to go to VCF West. I'm not sure I'll be able to go to Midwest. I'll try to attend Kansas Fest virtually. Well, not the prettiest repair either. I did just let me make sure that's not like so. All right. All right. Fingers crossed. Is this? I think I got that trace fixed. I don't think it's. There it is. So I put the wire through the via. I soldered it to both sides. And I mean, I know there's some more broken traces, but 2 of the traces I don't think would prevent it from posting. This one looked like it might. So I think as the last thing I'm going to do tonight, because it is getting late, I did remove the shorts from the RAM sockets. Yes, indeed, if this does actually try to post, we should get RAM error. There's no onboard RAM. All right, so I'll put the CPU back in. I do need the CPU, and we need the postcard and the speaker. I'm actually not expecting it to do anything because I suspect there's another broken trace or 2, but why not? Well, worst comes to worst, this board could be my a demo board as to why you don't plug an AT power supply in backwards. Spoiler alert, that does bad things. All right. I think I will try to position this so that you can see the post codes. All right, 3, 2, 1. Aw. Wait, it came out of reset. Wait a minute. Let me put the BIOS chip back in. I just realized. Because the board came out of reset. All right. Note. All right. Just so, because I know you probably can't see it, just for reference before I turn this on again. So, this is plus and minus 12 volts here. These two should be on, and they are turning on. The next two are going to be off because they're 3.3 volts and 3.3 volts aux and 3.3 volts, which I think is only going to show on the PCI bus. Then the next one is IO ready / BIOS, and then the last one's reset. So if this one stays on, it's definitely bad. So 1, 2, 3. Wait, it came out of reset. It came out of reset, and I heard the quietest of chirps. So, progress. Yes, that's actually progress. All right, let me see if anything's getting hot by chance. But yeah, it came out of reset. Nope, no, Jeremy. Nada is not quite right. Before I prepared that trace, it was not coming out of reset. Now it's out of reset. However, it's not executing code. Oh yeah, and actually, the chipsets, I can feel heat from the chipset. Actually, cache chips might be slightly warm. This is where I wish I had a thermal camera. Yeah, so I got a little bit of progress. Now, granted, I got further to go. Also taking it, like, way longer to come out of reset than I thought it would, but... Okay. I guess, let me, Alright, I guess one last thing, and then I am going to end the stream. I'm going to... just put some isopropyl on the chips to see if any of them, like, if it evaporates really quickly on any of them. Okay, so I can tell that this 85C407 is getting warm. Okay, it looks like the cache is warm because I think it kind of looked like it did flash off the cache faster than Okay, nothing. It's okay. Don't see anything where the isopropyl is just flashing off so quickly that it says it's running too hot. Okay. Maybe one last thing. This time for sure, last thing, Rocky. All right, let me find a metal grounded object to attach to. And all right, just trying to find a something that's ground that I can clip to. The missing IC is the keyboard controller. There was not. There was nothing under it. Keyboard controller shouldn't keep the board from. I don't think the keyboard controller would prevent it from posting. All right, still trying to find a. I'm having trouble finding something that's ground that I can clip to. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. I've got a ground. Nothing better than the power supply ground. All right. Do we have any clocks? Okay, I think this is the. Well, it's not. I can't see a marking on it. Ooh. Well, that is. Okay, that's potentially a problem. So this is a crystal marked X1. And I don't see a clock coming from it. Okay. I also see the 14 point. Okay, this is going to be a little hard to check. Okay, now that actually looked like. Yep. Hold on. Okay, that's marked 14.31818, and I'm trying to hold the probe to it and hit the auto set button on my oscilloscope. And this is where I wish I had a deeper bench so I could, or a smaller oscilloscope, because I cannot reach the auto set button. There we go. Okay. All right. So at least that crystal's working. That's good. Um. So now, do we have a clock? This might be the. I may have to. This may be where I pick back up because I do not know. I don't have pinouts for some of these things. I do know though that this. Oh wait, what kind of probe is this? I might. Um. Oh, well, that probe should be fine. Okay. I was looking to make sure that was a 10x probe, which it is. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to look up some pinouts. Unless someone can. Well, yeah, sometimes Necroware does check CPU socket without a CPU installed, but I do not have the pinout of the CPU in front of me. It's also like almost quarter after midnight here. Well, I kind of do want to make sure I don't have any other broken traces before I reinstall that, before I install a socket. Because I'm famous for, like, installing sockets and then realizing there was broken traces under what I just installed. So, yes, I will have to reinstall the keyboard controller. I probably really should replace all the SIMM sockets. I really should replace these ISO slots that are corroded, because otherwise I have two less ISO slots to use. But yeah, I guess if I the CPU was actually warm, although that's probably because it was getting 5 volts power. I mean, if I can find something to put in the CPU socket, and if I can find a pinout real quick. I mean, I guess I could see if we got a clock at the CPU socket. So hold please while I try to find a component lead clipping. That's actually a component lead clipping and not a piece of solder. And oh, here we go. These will work too. All right, let me see if I can find a socket 3. Yeah, I'll end this stream here like very momentarily. I'm curious. I got because the oscilloscope's on. Okay. Last thing. This time for sure, for real. If I if this pinout is clear. Okay. So oh, here we go. A B C D. Oh, here we go. So if I'm counting correctly, Yes, here we go. So A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. So by this pinout I just found, this should be a clock signal. All right. Do we have a clock signal? Well, that's kind of not quite. Gotcha, Chris. All right. There is a 25 megahertz clock. That's good. All right. Oh, you can't see what I'm seeing. It doesn't look that great. There it is. 25 megahertz clock. That does match the clock I expected due to the processor installed. So there we go. So you can see my jumper wire, and I'm holding this oscilloscope probe. It's possible this isn't really the right type of probe, but anyways, I think with that, that's enough for this evening. So I was able to get the board to go from not leaving reset to it leaves reset. I think I see 2 traces that are broken. Well, the third I fixed. There could be more, but I may do some research to see if the missing keyboard controller could have an effect. I may also see if that's even the right BIOS, and it's possible that I may just need to clean some of this flux off some more. And maybe this chipset really wants some RAM. But anyways, I think I made progress, so that's good. Anyways, yeah, that is where I'm going to end the stream here, because I am done for the day. So anyways, I'd like to thank everyone for joining. And with that, I've got my finger on the correct button. So I hope everyone has a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.